Family Fun Zone on Federal Street, just outside PNC Park, buzzing with activity today. As in a little while, they'll come in and watch the Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds wrap up this three-game weekend series. Hi again, everybody. Along with Bob Balk, I'm Tim Everett. Happy you're watching Pirates baseball with us. The Pirates go for a series win today if they can beat the Reds. And the dog days of August, Bob, can affect certain players. Neil Walker hasn't been one of those guys. He's been hitting, and he's been getting it done in the field.
No, which is a pretty awesome thing, too, because Neil is one of those guys also that seems to never get a day off. Very seldom do you not see him in that lineup. And, look at his numbers, what he's done in the series already and against the Reds. But it's not all about his hitting either. He makes the plays out on defense. He's a team leader. I mean, that's why it's so important for somebody like Neil Walker not to have any kind of a letdown. As everybody looks to him to lead this team, and you can't have him showing any signs of getting tired. And another thing that we're seeing is the right-handed hitting has come on this year. Remember early in the year, everybody was concerned, why isn't he hitting right-handed? Well, look at these two hits. Couple RBIs yesterday. He's hitting 270 now from that side of the plate.
Neil Walker, our PNC achievement for the Achiever in You. The pitching matchup today, a pair of right-handers. James McDonald going for the Pirates, Mike Leake for the Reds. First, James McDonald, he leads the Buccos with 110 strikeouts.
He's been doing a very good job the second half of the season. ERA in the mid-threes since we had that All-Star break.
And Mike Leake, who came directly from Arizona State to the big leagues last year in his second year as a major leaguer. In 3 starts since the All-Star break, is 1-2.
Yeah, we've always had a tough time with him, though. As you can see, that 2 ERA, he gives us fits.
Well, Mike Leake will face the Buccos. James McDonald will face the Reds as the Bucs look for a series win today. James McDonald, full of personality. He loves to have some fun. general manager announcing the contract extension for outfielder Jose Tabata, a 6-year deal that will keep him in a Pirate uniform through 2016. Club options for 17, 18, and 19. Short time ago, the tarp went on the field. Skies opened up some, so the start of this game has been delayed between the Reds and the Pirates. Game 3 of this weekend set, and it's even so far, the game apiece. Cincinnati winning Friday night, Pirates winning yesterday afternoon, and hoping to pull off this one today on a Kids Day Sunday afternoon, as the rain is not falling very hard at this moment in time, but it has fallen hard for just a short time, and we'll wait and see how the weather moves through the area here, and we'll get this game started as soon as we can. Looking forward to the matchup of right-handers today. James McDonald for the Pirates at 8-6, and Mike Leake for the Reds at 10-8. And while we wait, sit back and enjoy this week's edition of Inside Pirates Baseball. Pittsburgh getting set for Game 3 of this 3-game series between the Cincinnati Reds and your Pirates. And Jose Tabata, good reason to smile. Earlier today, a press conference was held, and General Manager Neil Huntington announcing the signing of a 6-year contract extension for Jose Tabata.
Today is a celebration of Jose Tabata. A great day for the Pirates in announcing that we've agreed to a multi-year extension with Jose that has an opportunity to keep him here through the year 2019. Obviously, Jose, we're very excited with the day we acquired him. He's done nothing but earn our trust and respect. Every day he steps in the field, and we're looking forward to him having a long and productive career, hopefully all of it here in Pittsburgh, but certainly the opportunity to be here for many, many years to come.
I can say, like, it's good because take my family. But like I say, I like the Pittsburgh. I like the city. I like the people. And I want to stay here for a long time.
Jose Tabata caught up in the moment, but certainly well-deserved, as he knows he will be a Pirate for a long period of time. And Bob, talk about the extension and maybe the first of maybe more to come. And when you have a young team like this, Jose Tabata is certainly a guy that we've talked about as being one of the core members of the youth of this ball club.
Well, the Pirates obviously have a game plan that they want to put in place as far as, putting together, a certain, as you said, core of players that they can build around, add to, subtract from over the next 5-6 years. And there's a guy, Neil Walker, who definitely has been identified as one of those players, and he may be the next guy to get a nice big extension. McCutcheon, hopefully he'll be in center field for the next 5-6 years for us. So it's just the first step, I think, in putting together a young team. And I think it's something that the fans really need too. We've had a lot of turnover here since we've been in this ballpark. There's a lot of turnover in Major League Baseball for sure. You can't get around it, but we've had our share here. And I think the fans would really appreciate, not only Tabata, but to keep this going and try to lock up as many of these good young guys that we've identified as being a part of our future as we can. That's easier said than done. You have agents that get involved, and demands are made, and sometimes it doesn't work out. But at least in this case, it worked out, and worked out really for a nice long contract, very reasonable numbers. I think both parties have to be very happy with it.
Been a number of press conferences around here lately. Yesterday, the #1 pick overall in the draft, Garrett Cole, the pitcher out of UCLA, was introduced. Neil Huntington there, and Cole's agent Scott Boras on the other side of him. And Cole, again, who is a little bit more advanced, being an upperclassman in college, and a guy who has been clocked as high as 101 miles an hour on many radar guns. He could be a little bit more advanced. We may see him as part of the Pirates' future a little sooner than maybe the #2 pick, Josh Bell, who's right out of high school.
Yeah, that I think is a pretty definite. High school guys, very rare for them to make the jump up here real quick. Occasionally you'll see a 19-year-old in the big leagues, but that is a very, very rare thing. But you do see the senior guys up there, the senior. Oh, you see the senior. Well, he's a junior, but he'll be like a senior in college age-wise next year. Those are the guys you see that can come up and move in a year or two. And look at the guy we're facing today in Leak. He didn't take any time at all. He was going right to the big leagues. Yeah. He's gotten sent down since then for a little while and back, but it can happen. You can get those guys to come up and help you out very quick when you get somebody that's advanced, that's late in their college career, as Cole is.
And Garrett Cole, the #1 pick, was heard from yesterday.
Today has been an unbelievable day. It's such a great honor to be part of this organization, part of this city. Such historical background, historical baseball team, and just the passion that this city has is phenomenal.
So Garrett Cole, we'll be hearing a lot more out of him. He has arrived in Pirate City at Bradenton, Florida, already beginning his pro career. James McDonald getting set to continue his this afternoon, looking for a long outing for James. The bullpen could be a bit challenged today. Clint Hurdle has had a number of guys pitch a couple of days in a row. He will be looking to perhaps stay away from one or two guys today if possible. And Daniel McCutcheon could be called upon if need be. Jose Veras along with Joel Hanrahan have each pitched 2 days in a row, Bob. So with the bullpen being a little bit taxed and then a doubleheader on the way tomorrow, it could be a challenge for Clint Hurdle to handle that bullpen if James McDonald doesn't have a long outing today.
Yeah, that's the guy that's going to be challenged, is James McDonald. He needs to go out there and keep his pitch count, get down, and go deep in this ball game. I'd love to get 7 innings out of him this afternoon. There is a very tough day ahead as far as going out there and pitching. You got a team they haven't beat this year yet. They're a very good offensive club, and you got to play them for 18 innings tomorrow. So it is imperative that J-Mac go out there and be efficient.
And Pirates skipper Clint Hurdle talked about how he'll handle that bullpen today.
Well, it just challenges you. We've got 2 guys today that have pitched, 2 guys in the bullpen today that have already pitched 2 days in a row. So if they pitch today, it complicates the matter that they could be unavailable tomorrow. And we've got 18 innings to play tomorrow.
18 innings tomorrow, but the task at hand is 9 today. And for the Pirates, they much prefer 8.5 if need be. So Clint Hurdle and the Buccos getting set to take on the Cincinnati Reds in Game 3 of this 3-game series. A Kids Day Sunday. Somebody give them a map. Tell them where the dugout is. Look at him go. Creating some great memories on these Kids Day Sundays. Brandon Wood meeting a new friend. And so is Jerry Lane, the crew chief. We got the autograph ball. Got the game shirt. Lucky kids enjoying their time on the field today. The big guys on the field for the Reds: Brandon Phillips at second base, Fred Lewis, the left fielder, Joey Votto hitting third, Jay Bruce in the cleanup spot. Todd Frazier makes his second start this series. Drew Stubbs is in center field, and Ryan Hannigan back behind the plate. Paul Janisch is the shortstop. Mike Leake, the pitcher, pretty good hitting pitcher, and he bats 9, facing James McDonald.
We were talking, J-Mac needs to be out there for a while this afternoon. One of the things that he hasn't done, you see 133 innings, is he doesn't go very deep into starts. Getting 7 innings is an accomplishment. So hopefully today he's got a long one inning.
Defensively behind McDonald for the Pirates, here's how they'll line up. In the outfield left to right, Ludwig, McCutcheon, and the newly extended Jose Tabata. Brandon Wood at third, Ronnie Cedeno at shortstop, Neil Walker at second, Garrett Jones at first, and Ryan Doman behind the plate. Jose Tabata out in right field, a place where seems to look pretty comfortable. And
that's what I'm thinking. He has been extended, and I think it looks like he's going to be the right fielder for a long time. We thought or hoped that it would be left field all of last year and the beginning of this year, that he would be there permanently, but looks like right field now.
.293 the average for Brandon Phillips. Our delay exactly the same time as Friday night's delay to start the game, 41 minutes. 2 rain delays in this series, both the exact same time. We get underway at 2:16. 2 balls and no strikes to Brandon Phillips. Phillips, who had been hitting in the cleanup spot for much of the season, and hitting in the leadoff spot now. And that was his idea. He went to Dusty Baker about that. He came off the disabled list. And with Drew Stubbs struggling with the strikeout, Stubbs moving down in the order, and Phillips offering to lead off. 3-1 to count. Yesterday, 3 hits. Phillips an all-star for the second time. And McDonald gets a sign from Domet, the 3-1 pitch. Fills it up at 3-2.
Well, he definitely has been a very good player for the Reds for quite a while now. And, you know, he's a guy you can move all around in that lineup. Does a lot of different things well. Not really a home run hitter, but he will hit one occasionally. He's got 68 RBIs. Has good enough speed to where he can hit at the top of the lineup if you want him to.
And he is aboard. And not the way that McDonald wanted to start things off by walking the leadoff man.
He's got an on-base percentage of 340, which is not great, but pretty decent. You can use that in a leadoff role pretty easily.
Fred Lewis, 247 hitter, out in left field today. 3 home runs, 18 runs knocked in for Lewis. One on, nobody out, just underway, top of the first inning. Lewis shows bunt, takes a strike. Lewis giving the signs.
See how far off the line Wood plays with a left-hander. Always makes it tough if that lefty can get a bunt down and it's on the chalk, because the angle that Wood has to take to go to the ball very acute, then throwing back toward first base.
Very chatty Brandon Phillips, being accommodated by Garrett Jones. Saw a number of those conversations yesterday. Phillips was on first base 3 times. And there he goes, and a ground ball hit to Cedeno. He'll have one play, that's to first.
The Pirates had the right guy covering. Decided to go with Walker, left Cedeno home, and worked out.
Yesterday in a similar situation with Lewis at the plate, Cedeno went to cover and Lewis hit it that way. So Pirates shifting it up today, and it worked out for him. Now Joey Votto, 1 out, Phillips in scoring position. Ball 1 to Votto. Lofty batting average at .323. 77 runs batted in. Defending MVP in the National League. 1 ball, 1 strike. Barrel Automotive league leaders. See where Joey Votto sits this year in the National League. Votto, 427 with runners in scoring position.
His on-base percentage is over 430. That is just phenomenal.
Barrel Automotive definitely worth the click. He's been a big part of those home run numbers that the Reds have put up. Bruce on deck behind him with 26 of those. Bruce has homered 4 times this year against the Pirates. Two balls, 1 strike. Phillips off second base. And Votto up in the air and out of play down the left side. Strike 2, 2-2. Two balls and 2 strikes to the Reds first baseman. Facing James McDonald, the 26-year-old out of Long Beach. 2-2. All right back.
I went upstairs, tried to strike him out. Take a look at the strike zone presented by Range Resources, right at the very top. And that's one of the places that J-Mac likes to get strike 3. He gets that curveball established, and they'll swing through that high fastball at times. Votto just getting a piece to stay alive.
Another full count. Backed up Votto.
Cedeno broke to the bag as that pitch was going home.
on the same page as McDonald.
Brandon Phillips at second base. And the 3-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Strikeout number 111 on the season for McDonald.
Take a look again. Went upstairs. There it is. Same exact spot. Top of the zone. This time he doesn't get a piece. Right on by.
111 strikeouts and counting for J-Mac. It's the most strikeouts by a Pirates right-hander since Ian Snell had 135 in 2008. And Phillips just swipes third base uncontested.
Yeah, there's no way really to stop that because you get both infielders, on the edge of the grass, so nobody's holding him on. There's 2 outs. They're more worried about a ground ball base hit getting through the infield, scoring a run, than him going to third base with 2 outs.
His 8th stolen base of the year. 1-1 now to Bruce.
So that's just kind of a freebie. He knows it. But if you're going to give it to him, he should take it. Wild pitch, something like that. He could get a run in.
.271, 81 runs batted in among the league leaders. And now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Prince Fielder and Ryan Howard lead the National League and runs batted in with 96. Matt Kemp of the Dodgers next. Troy Tulowitzki of the Rockies, then Bruce. This one up in the air over by the dugout. Just out of the reach of Ryan Doman.
Nice job by Doman getting to the railing. And plenty of time that could have caught that. Leaning in. And when it's your own dugout, you can go ahead and lean in there as far as you want. You're going to have some help. You'll get caught if you fall in.
See where Bruce sits among the league leaders and runs batted in. 2 ball, 2 strike pitch. Sliced out of play. James McDonald last year threw 1,209 pitches. That was a career high for him. And this year he has come close to doubling that, and he will. 2,265 pitches and counting. Dodgers had him as a reliever. Really didn't become a full-time starter until last year's trade that brought him here to Pittsburgh. He's thrown 22 already today. 2-2 to left field. That's fouled out of play. And again, one thing you got to stay away from, Bob, if you're James McDonald, throwing all these pitches here in the top of the first inning. Well, the bullpen could be thin behind him.
Yeah, the time for that is past now. He's already thrown too many pitches. So. And now he's just got to try and have the next couple innings. Try to get out with like maybe an 8 or 9 pitch inning.
He's gone full again to another Reds hitter. 2 men out. Brandon Phillips, the runner at third base. Did he go? No. The second walk issued this inning. And now the Reds have runners at the corners and 2 out.
Watch the head of the bat. It didn't come out in front of the plate. But that's a good call. That was a good job by Doma, just immediately asking. You got to do it really quick if you're going to get that call.
Todd Frazier at the plate. Swing and a miss. Frazier called up, and Scott Rowland went down. Rowland out for a while. Surgery. Had arthroscopic surgery to take care of bone spurs and fragments in his left shoulder. Expected to miss a few weeks. Frazier behind McDonald now 0-2.
Take a look at our strike zone presented by Range Resources. You see he froze him up with a curveball. Barely got that into the strike zone. It was breaking down and in and caught that upper corner.
And he struck him out on 3 pitches. 28 pitches in the inning, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, and no runs.
In our case, the guaranteed dollars. In Jose's case, the risk of leaving money on the table. It's about compromise. It's about recognizing that he may have the opportunity to make more. We may have the opportunity to save some money. But as importantly for us, it gives us the opportunity to fix a cost. And we know what Jose is going to cost the Pittsburgh Pirates as we move forward. It gives us the opportunity to budget, to plan around, and Jose becomes one of those players that we build around as we move forward.
Pirates GM Neil Huntington talking at the press conference earlier today, announcing the 6-year contract extension for right fielder Jose Tabata. Mike Leake delivering the 1-0 pitch, and Tabata lines it to right for a base hit. Take a look at the rest of the Pirates lineup, brought to you by Toyota. Following Tabata, Garrett Jones in the 2 spot, then McCutchen, Doman in the cleanup area. Neil Walker, Ryan Ludwig moves down. Brandon Wood, Ronnie Cedeno, and James McDonald hitting 9th against Mike Leake, the right-hander for the Cincinnati Reds.
Not real surprising to see Tabata. He's a very emotional guy. Get up there and smoke that first pitch on a line for a base hit. You know he's riding a high right now.
Numbers on Mike Leake.
A real outstanding season last year. Not bad this year, but see he's kind of come back to earth a little bit. And he's not going to go out there and light up the radar gun, do anything great like that. But he pitches like he's maybe a 30-year-old instead of somebody with only a couple appearances in the minor leagues.
Since they started signing players in 1965, he's the 21st player to go directly to the major leagues. The last guy to do it was in 2000. That was Xavier Nady.
But most of those guys are like Nady, to where they went for a cup of coffee. Leake, I think, is even in a different category because he went up to play and be a part of this, part of the team, part of the season. And that is what's really impressive to me, because I have seen guys that come up in September and they'll get their feet wet. Then you don't see them again for a couple of years.
Well, Leake did spend some time in the minor leagues this year. Went through an issue with the law in Cincinnati and got that squared away, and then had to get his pitching squared away again. So went down and spent time in Louisville in AAA. First time outside the majors, but worked his way back quickly. 2-1 pitch. That's outside 3-1. But there were a couple of years since 1965 where more than one player has come up. 1973, 4 players went directly to the big leagues. 1978, 4 players. In fact, one of them from right here in Monroeville, which fouled back. Tim Conroy, 1978, was one of 2 high school pitchers that year to go directly from high school to the Oakland Athletics. The other was Mike Morgan from Valley High School in Las Vegas, and then Conroy at a Gateway High School here.
How long did they stay up there?
Well, not very long.
Yeah.
Got measured for their uniforms. But after that, they had some time. Of course, Conroy went on to play with St. Louis after that. Way high in the air. This is drifting into foul ground. Brandon Phillips calling for it. Will make the basket catch for the first out.
Calling everybody off. Makes that basket catch. He can do an awful lot on the field for you. He is a flashy player. That comes with the program. He
taps the guy in the chest.
Yeah. But I mean, that comes with the package. You get a very good player, very good on defense, does a lot of great things. He entertains the fans, especially the home fans.
Andrew McCutcheon got a little different look with the socks today. Going old school today. Usually he's got the pants down to the shoe tops, but today the high black socks. One out, one on. 1-0's outside. 2 balls and no strikes to Kutch.
Counteract Leach's.
Yeah, the pitcher's got the high ones.
You know, I mean, his are the actual stirrups. Look at that.
Yeah, you don't see many of those anymore.
No.
That's really old school when you get the stirrups going.
Yes.
But what Kutch normally wears for socks, they're white, and they've got the
line up the side.
The old-fashioned line that was supposed to resemble a stirrup, and he'd wear the gold ones. So the gold on white sock, and his pants would be pulled down over them, down to the shoe tops. But today, a little different style for the center fielder. That's usually what you would see out of McCutcheon. There's Tabata.
And over the years, they'll come back up. I mean, there'll be at some point in a ball game in the distant future where everybody is going to be wearing them knee length again. And then somebody will have them down by the shoes, and we'll say, oh, look at that. Some of the old school wearing them back down around their shoes. Take a look at the strike zone presented by Range Resources. See that Leake put that one right on the outside edge.
Just above the top of the socks. 3-1. Tabata looking over at the back of the pitcher.
Now there are some players that think that by wearing the high socks like that, you get more borderline pitches called balls because it makes it look like they're below the knees.
3-1, hit up in the air, deep to left field. This one is way back, and it is gone. A 2-run home run for Andrew McCutcheon. And the Buccos on the board first. The 18th home run for Kutch. RBIs 73 and 74.
Leake has been touched up for home runs of late.
But he's never allowed one in 5 career starts against the Pirates until right now.
That ball was right down the middle, a little above the belt. That's the socks.
Let's meet the third member of our crew today, Dan Potash. Dan?
Hey, guys, it's not just the socks. He also changed his music. Each player has a different song that they like to listen to or hear as they come up to the plate. It used to be Black Eyed Peas. It's something else now, so I guess he's got the socks and the music working for him today.
Whatever it is, keep it going.
I'd love to see him finish like really strong this year, and he knows it's out. A lot of times he'll come out of that box real fast, but he knew he got that one. I'd love to see him finish strong this year. And after going to the All-Star game, we're really having just a great season, and going to the off season, really getting himself fired up for next year.
Our Day Automotive key matchup of the day involves Neil Walker. 276 average, has had good success against Mike Leake. 4 for 11, 3 doubles. He's driven in 5, and over his last 5, 9 out of 17. 5 runs batted in. Day Automotive.
And when a pitcher has somebody that has those kind of numbers, you know it. And I'm sure that Leake, before the game, going through the lineup, he's going to pick out 1 or 2 guys. Okay, I don't want this guy to beat me. And I'm guessing that he thought about that with Walker, that if he's up there and he can win the game for him, I'm not going to throw him a strike if I can help it. Maybe go after Ludwig on deck. And those matchup numbers, they definitely have meaning.
2-2 to Neil. 3 hits yesterday, drove in a pair. Good day with the glove too.
It also helps the guy that's hitting in front of you. You're out there on that mound. If there's somebody that really owns you and he's on deck, well, you can imagine that the guy at the plate is going to see much better strikes.
Inside corner, just got him. But Leake surrenders his first home run against the Buccos. It's 2-0 lead.
Is sponsored by Barrel Automotive. Barrel.com. Definitely worth the click. Let's go Bucks.
Turned into a very nice afternoon on the North Shore, and a great start to the afternoon for that guy. Andrew McCutchen, a 2-run bomb to left, scoring Jose Tabata. That's 2-0 Pirates. And James McDonald facing Drew Stubbs, Major League strikeout leader. Stubbs at 249. Speedy center fielder takes a pitch on the outside corner for a strike. He has struck out a Major League worst 165 times. The next closest guy in the National League is Ryan Howard with 138. 1-2.
But he doesn't have those kind of power numbers to go with those strikeouts. So that's a little bit of a problem when you're hitting the ball out of the ballpark 35-40 times a year. They'll allow you to strike out a lot, and they don't pay much attention to it. You know, 115 RBIs, 120 RBIs, sometimes more. But as a leadoff hitter like Stubbs was, they don't like those strikeouts. That's not what you're supposed to be doing up there.
1-2 pitch. Ouch. Well, the second straight inning, the Reds have the leadoff man aboard, and without the benefit of a hit.
Well, don't tell Stubbs that because he got hit. That's a hit right there. Whack. Right on top of the 6. That can't feel good. Was that about 93?
He had something on it.
It was 91. That was the last one. Not his best fastball, but still. I doubt if you could tell the difference between 91 and 93.
No, it's still going to be black and blue.
Yeah. It's going to hurt.
It won't affect the shade of black or blue. It'll still be there. Catcher Ryan Hannigan facing McDonald now. Stubbs again back. Stubbs with 30 stolen bases. Had one yesterday. Get to even 30. And he leads the club in that category.
He's got excellent speed. Plays a great center field. He cuts down those strikeouts. Could be one of the better players in the league.
Ground ball to short. Backhanded by Cedeno. The turn by Walker. Got him. Double play. Outstanding.
Went to that backhand, and that made him so much quicker getting that ball to second base. Oh, Stubbs out easy. I mean, Hannigan out easy. Wasn't even hardly in the shot, out by a couple of steps. Beautifully done.
Paul Giannis with 2 out and nobody on. I got a chance to chat with Maz the other day at the golf tournament. He said, "You guys doing pretty well around the bag at second base, huh?" He said he's been impressed. So he's come a long way from last year. Talking about Neil Walker, who was tutored by Bill Mazeroski during spring training.
Well, that's the thing too that I forget watching him play out there is he just went there last year. He was a catcher coming up through amateur baseball, and I think his first maybe year and a half or so in the pros, and then played a lot of third base. On the job training last season.
And to see the 2 double plays he was part of yesterday, where he got the unassisted put out as well by tagging the runner going across and then throwing. It's the 3rd time this week he's done that. Had one of those in Milwaukee as well. And for a second baseman who, again, is new to the position, it seems to have come rather naturally to him.
That's very important to cut that ball off as soon as possible when it's coming to you like that. Be able to tag that runner. Makes for an easy double play.
Giannis down on strikes. And J-Mac out much quicker this time through an inning and a half. 2-0 Pirates. Pirates golf outing at Fox Chapel raised over $120,000 for Pirates charities. A lot of alumni there. Manny Sanguillen visiting with Clint Hurdle, Neil Huntington and his cart. Neil was in the group behind mine, and he hit the ball pretty well, actually. An outstanding day.
Yeah, look at the weather we had out there. Absolutely gorgeous.
There's Maz.
Maz loves his golf.
I guess when you ask him if he's going to come to the tournament, you can't finish the sentence, and he'll say, "Yep, what time?"
Don't have to ask him twice.
Ryan Ludwig, that's a fair ball. Kicks out into fair territory, and Ludwig will be in with his 21st double. Ludwig starts out with a two-bagger. The Pirates looking to add on here in the second.
Just inside the chalk line. One of the little deals about playing left field here. You can't really be aggressive going into that corner because sometimes the balls never make it down there. It was hooking, but never made it to the chalk.
Leake facing Brandon Wood. And the Pirate third baseman takes ball one. 7 home runs for Wood. During his time in the minor leagues, he was noted as a guy with a lot of power from the infield positions. He's played all around the infield. Third, short, second, and first base. And Brandon Wood has some versatility defensively. Now with more playing time opportunity at that third base position after Pedro Alvarez was optioned back to AAA.
That last shot, you can see how he's cheating a little bit. See that back leg, that back foot, how far behind it was behind the batter's box.
Well, those chalk lines don't last long anyway.
He is well behind that back line.
Two 2-1 pitch. Fisted foul. Well, the grounds crew does such a diligent job to make sure all the lines are exactly perfect. And then a lot of times you go to a ballpark and the leadoff guy comes up there and what does he do? He scrapes it out in the back. Not all leadoff guys do it, but you see it pretty often.
Yeah, by the third or fourth inning, the line's going to be gone.
Foul tip, strike 3. Caught by Hannigan.
Take a look at the strike zone presented by Range Resources. You see it was up and in off the plate. One thing about Wood is he'll go up there and he wants to swing.
Yeah, what do those two batters boxes have in common? Back line on
line
both
disappearing. And, you know, after a while they keep moving that hole back, and by the end of the game they're going to be 6 inches behind that line.
League's pitch, and Cedeno takes up high for a ball.
See the catchers, they have lines too. Box they're supposed to stay in, but that really doesn't mean a whole lot. They move all over the place. Umpires really don't care too much about that. In fact, I've seen umpires go out there and move those catchers' lines.
Up and into Ronnie. Ryan Ludwig, leadoff double. Stands at second base with 1 out. Stretched by Leake and the 2-0. And Cedeno to left field. Lewis going back. And he handles it for the out. The umpires this afternoon. Bob Davidson is behind the plate. Hunter Wendelstedt at first. Brian Knight at second base. And crew chief Jerry Lane over at third. James McDonald. McDonald 091, 4 out of 44. No homers, but he's driven in 3 runs. McDonald behind 0-1.
Hey, he's definitely not an automatic out. I don't know if you would say he was a good hitting pitcher, but always have confidence that he's going to get the ball put in play.
Foul ball, strike 2.
And I think he's got the ability to where he may become what you would consider a good hitting pitcher. Maybe more than anything else because of his background years ago as a regular player when he first became a pro.
0-2 is inside. I mentioned the 3 runs batted in that McDonald has. They all came on one swing of the bat on the 4th of August here against Chicago. Bases clearing double for him. He hit to the left center field gap. One of the great scenes around this ballpark. It's what makes it unlike any other in baseball.
It's a nice day for that, huh? A little cruise down the river.
Here comes the 1-2 from Leake. And McDonald strikes out, so the Pirates don't cash in on the leadoff double by Ludwig, and after 2 full, Pirates 2, Reds 0.
Sports is sponsored by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go Bucks.
Beautiful downtown Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. You can follow the Pirates with the MLB.com at Bat 11 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. Get live audio, pitch-by-pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text at Bat to 31826 or visit Pirates.com for details. Bunch of youngsters here on a Kids Day Sunday, enjoying the Pirates 2-0 lead as we go to the 3rd. Dan Potash and Bob Walk, I'm Tim Neverett. Glad you're along. Watching Pirates baseball no matter where you are today. Another good crowd on hand, too. Mike Leake, the pitcher, takes a strike.
There are certain starting pitchers in the league that when they're playing, it's like they have a DH. Leake's one of those guys.
Well, he and Pirates pitcher Brad Lincoln have something in common when they both pitched in college. Leak at Arizona State, Lincoln at University of Houston. They served as the team's designated hitter on many days when they didn't pitch. And there's one of the examples as to why. Leak can really handle a bat.
See where that pitch was located. Yeah, just a hanging curveball on a normal pitcher. You're going to get away with that most of the time, but a pitcher that can hit an off-speed pitch hanging is maybe the worst thing that you can throw in. Good job by Walker corralling that errant throw.
Yeah, Brian Knight, the umpire, appreciated it as well. That was targeted for him.
Two of the best hitting pitchers that I've ever witnessed are both here with the Pirates, and both those guys told me that it's all about being able to hit the bad breaking ball, because that's what you see most of the time as a pitcher, is you're going to see bad breaking balls. And you know, I thought about it, and you're right, because when I'm pitching against a pitcher, you know, I'm going to just throw in breaking balls for strikes. Not going to give him my best, you know, slider down the way. I don't want to walk the guy, and that's what the good hitting pitchers, they'll eat that up.
Those two pitchers were.
Well, one of them, I'm not going to tell you.
Can I guess them?
Yeah, see if you can guess.
All right, let me guess them here. Don Robinson and Rick Russell.
No.
I got one.
Yeah, Rick something. Actually, you got the initials, RR.
Oh,
Rick Rhoden.
Yeah, Rick Rhoden.
Those two guys, they're the best, and they both they went up there and they hunted the off-speed pitch. Especially Donnie, more than Rhoden.
Walker plays with a backhand flip to Cedeno. Double play. The second twin killing this afternoon by the Pirates infielders. And that cleans up the base hit by Leak.
If you want to keep your pitch count down, you got to get some double plays. And normally, you know, J-Back really not a ground ball guy, but this afternoon, getting him when he needs them.
Pretty nifty flip there by Walker. Give Ronnie some credit on that turn. He had to come around. Took that ball on the glove side and had to wheel all the way around and make a strong throw. 14th double play that Phillips has hit into. Fred Lewis behind quickly, 0-2. That's what happened after the double play last inning. Paul Janisch was the hitter, and J-Mac got ahead of him. 2 strikes. 1-2. Let's slow this turn down for you. The AGH cam will give us a look.
Walker just lays the ball out there in front of Cedeno.
Barehanded on the glove side.
Never touched any leather.
Lewis down on strikes. And McDonald now has 4 strikeouts. Pirates book covers on another Kids Day Sunday. They want to win too. Almost back to school time. They're going to look great carrying those around the hallways of those kids' respective schools. 2-0 Pirates. Top of the order. Starts for the Bucks in the bottom half of the third inning. Top of it 1-for-1. Big day for Jose. Officially announced earlier today a 6-year contract extension. And Jose goes to right field, and Jay Bruce will track this one down.
This two in a row he's hit out there with some authority. The line drive to start the game for the base hit, and this one could have easily been extra bases if he could have got it a little farther to the right.
So his extension will take him to the 2016 season, and then there are club options for the 3 years after that. And Jose very, very satisfied and very pleased that he's got that all settled and behind him, and just worries about baseball from now on.
Been out there for a long time for us. See what happens, but that might just be the first domino. A couple other guys that I'm sure the Pirates would love to lock up for a while.
It seems to me, Bob, and tell me if I'm wrong here, but it would appear that the Pirates, maybe inadvertently or this is part of the plan they're following. They're sending a message. They have to be sending a message by spending all the money on the draft choices and whatnot, as Jones hits this one to left and Lewis grabs it. Spending all the money on the draft choices. Now it looks like they're going to start signing not just one, but perhaps multiple players to contract extensions. That's got to send a very positive message to this community that follows this baseball team.
Sure, and I think the community needs to be rewarded with that. The way they've come out, supported the Pirates this year, all the sellout crowds we've had, I think it goes hand in hand. They fill up the ballpark. You do your part.
McCutchen goes deep to right field, and Bruce on the track makes the catch in a quick inning for Mike Leake and the Reds. Only took 7 pitches for the young right-hander. 2-0 Pirates after 3.
And save more. Visit your local Toyota dealer for details. And by AT&T. Let's go Bucks.
Our AT&T Mobility Trivia question today. Jay Bruce, 94 career home runs. Who are the only 2 Reds who have hit more in their first 4 seasons? Joey Votto takes the first pitch outside, ball 1.
You go first this time.
I go first this time?
Unless, yeah.
All right. Do we want to wait till next inning to give the answer, or I'm going to give it right now?
Oh, you know the answer. You're not going to have to guess. You've already looked it up.
I haven't looked it up.
So then it's just a guess then.
I'm going to guess.
So you're not giving the answer. You're guessing.
No, I'm going to guess, and I think it's a sensible guess.
Okay. Okay, guessing's not giving the answer away. Now, if you look it up, and then that's giving it away.
I'll just say that one of them, my guess is one of them's in the Hall of Fame, one of them's in the American League right now. And this one's popped up. Way out to get it is Cedeno. The bottle is gone. One down at the top of the fourth.
Well, what's your guess?
Got to be Frank Robinson, right?
I don't know. Okay.
Okay, and then the only guy I can remember hitting more home runs than Jay Bruce early in his career with the Reds would have been Adam Dunn. Bruce pulls this one foul for strike one. But we'll see next inning. Okay, you want to make a couple guesses now?
Well, those are very reasonable guesses.
I told you they were reasonable. This one up in the air to center field. And Andrew McCutchen has it measured up. 2 gone. Well, you think about some of the great guys.
I'll just to be different, I'll go with bench.
Okay.
And did George Foster come up with the Reds?
I'm trying to remember who was first. The Reds had to be before the Mets, right?
Oh yeah,
Foster,
yeah. Definitely, yeah. That's where, I was wondering if that's where he came up or not.
Todd Frazier knocks this one out of play for a strike. I mean, there's some great players you could pick from. But, you know, Pete Rose was a singles guy. He didn't hit a ton of home runs. I mean, he was fair share because he had over 4,000 hits. But Joe Morgan was
How about Ted
power guy.
Ted Kluszewski. What is it?
Kluszewski?
Kluszewski, yeah. I'll go with Ted Kluszewski.
Ryan Ludwig, nice running over the shoulder catch. In an 8-pitch inning for James McDonald through 3.5. 2-0 Buccos. And he takes inside ball one. 2-0 Pirates on the strength of a 2-run home run in the bottom of the first by Andrew McCutchen. And Leake getting ready for the next offering. Here it comes. Strike on the inside corner, 1-1. That's a different way to look at PNC Park right there. A great Sunday afternoon. Now the 1-1. Up and in. 2 balls and a strike to Dolan. Ryan grounded out to second his first time up. 0 for 1 today. Michael McHenry caught yesterday, and Dolmet back here in the lineup today. Reds have the shift on for him. 3 infielders on the right side, and just third baseman Todd Frazier alone on the left. You might get used to seeing that with Milwaukee coming in for 4 games over the next 3 days. They like to shift. And Dolmet now with a full count, 3-2.
You don't see that very often when you get a fastball to Dolmet when he's ahead of count 3-1 and have him just barely tick it. He loves to hunt those fastballs, especially when it's a fastball count. He can cheat a little bit to the ball. A little late movement on that one that got it down under the bat.
Payoff pitch. And Dolmet hits this one well to right center field. Trotting underneath it is Drew Stouts. He'll make the catch right in front of the track. Before the game today, Pittsburgh native. Oh, you've seen him. Mike and Molly. Monday nights on CBS. Billy Gardell. You didn't throw a strike, Billy.
I didn't. I went in the dirt a little. Actually, what they don't tell you was that was a 1-2 count, and I was trying to get the guy to chase.
That's understandable.
You know what I
had a tying run on.
It's like 2 feet higher than where you aim, and I didn't know that. So next time I should be all right. But it was just it was so fun to be out on that field. Are you kidding me? That was amazing.
Here's Neil Walker, and he takes inside for a ball. It's so good to have you here at the ballpark today. See you on Monday nights, and the show's doing pretty well, isn't it?
Yeah, we're doing great, man. Broke the top 20 4 times last year, and for a freshman show, they haven't had that in about 10 years. So we're on the right path, and we just got renewed, and we renew, and we premiere September 26th for season 2. We just started filming, as a matter of fact.
It's always great to have a Pittsburgh guy on national TV. You grew up here, grew up a Pirates fan?
Swissville, yeah, man. The 79 Pirates were the love of my life.
You got to love this season, though.
I'm so happy, man.
A little bit of a comeback. I know that
just to have the vibe hit this city again for this ball club. It's there's a little knock it down. But yeah, just to have the vibe catch for in the city again, and to have July come and not have a fire sale.
A little bit of a peek about what kind of baseball town this is going to be when they really truly get this thing turned around.
Absolutely. Well, I think one of the big steps was they're putting things in place instead of shipping them off somewhere else. And I think all Pirate fans, really are like, okay, we're on board if you're building. That's it.
What they're doing.
Because I got so swept up, I was drinking the Kool-Aid. We were going to the World Series 2 weeks ago with me. Now, you know what it was? It's those stupid Braves. You saw that was a foot off the plate. Yeah. They cursed us again. Just like they cursed us in the 90s. It's them Braves, those filthy Braves. See, I don't have to be politically correct. I hate them.
Oh, we don't have to be either.
That's why we love you, Walt.
A quick inning. You stick around?
Or not. Yeah.
Another few outs here. All right. Billy Gardell's going to be with us when we come back. Pirates up 2-0 over the Reds. Shore PNC Park, where the Pirates lead the Cincinnati Reds 2-0 to start the fifth. Along with Bob Walk, I'm Tim Neverett. Billy Gardell with us here, who was a youngster in Pittsburgh. Love of his life, the 79 Pirates. But you look at the city, and we've seen the city so much, not only on television, but a lot of movies have been filmed here in recent years, including the Batman one that's going on now. There was one filmed here at the ballpark last summer.
We're going to have a Gotham City. Now, this city has its own personality, and that's what I take with me everywhere I go. I like it. It's work hard, take care of your own, and don't take yourself too seriously. And I think that's a good ethic for any city. But I think it's really entwined in this place. That's what I've tried to put in my stand-up, on my show. I like to convey that. Every time I come home, you get a little humble pie and you feel better.
Don't you feel, too, that people, I'm sure you've run into this in your travels, that
what we got there?
No, it's routine. Yes.
In the basket.
A lot of people still, to this day, have the wrong impression about what Pittsburgh is all about.
Yeah.
And then they finally come and see the place, and they're amazed.
Bob, I hear that constantly from people who film movies here. They come back to L.A. and they're like, it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
And the people are so kind. They just think there's a black cloud of soot hanging over here like it's 73. You know what I mean? We're just hitting them with bottles, No, but they come here and they realize the hospitality of the town. And the town's got great character because of all those years. So I think they really fall in love with it when they come here,
Ryan Hannigan is the hitter. He will take a strike. Well,
McDonald's my guy, by the way.
Yeah,
I love him, man. I love him. We were kidding around on one of the radio shows here, and we kept going. His song is "Old McDonald throws some junk." E-I-E-I throw. That kid's got a great breaking ball. Man. I love it.
He's got a great personality too.
Does he?
He's the guy that really loves to have fun down there. We have shots of him in the dugout, and they look.
They did.
There you go. There it is. E-I-E-I-O.
We were doing that on the radio.
But he's the one in the dugout all the time, messing around with everybody, always talking. You never get a shot of him where he's just sitting there watching the game. He is always busy doing something, and you just know that he enjoys life, and he enjoys what he's doing out there right now. Has a lot of fun at it.
Well, I always love those stories about Stargell. Stargell was like that from what I read and everything about those Pirates, Even that, towards the end of the World Series, he went over to the mound with Tekulve. He said, you got to get this guy out. I'm like, yeah, I know. Because it's 3-2, right? He goes, yeah, I know. He goes, you want me to throw this last one? You need a guy that can do that in those situations.
Exactly. You have to keep it a little light down there and not get too serious, or everybody can't breathe if it's too serious.
Exactly. Well, what's the old saying? If you stop and realize what you're doing, you won't be able to do it. You're out.
Well, Hannigan was flied out, and new manager this year, Clint Hurdle.
Love him. This guy is communicating. We're playing fundamental baseball. 2 years ago, I went and saw them play. The Pirates play the Dodgers. I swear to God, it looked like a high school team. They were horrible. I mean, they were overthrowing first. Everybody's asleep. This guy, fundamentals, man. There's a discipline, and it feels like there's communication again.
And McCutcheon goes back and takes care of that one. Maybe we'll see when we go out and play the Dodgers next month.
Buddy, I'm the only guy in black and gold out there. You can't miss me.
Billy Gardell, Mike and Molly, CBS Monday nights at 9. on-field number 7 jersey patch the Pirates players are wearing this season, honoring Chuck Tanner. Take home your patch today for only $19.79. Proceeds benefit the Chuck Tanner We Are Family Fund. To get your Chuck Tanner patch, visit pirates.com/Tanner patch. That's one of the hats that was given out, the floppy caps with the star. Given out earlier this year, and the players have been wearing that patch, and you can have your own. Jose Tabata, good day for him. Pirates so far so good as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Brandon Wood leads off against Mike Leake. It's good to see Billy. He loves his Pirates.
Yes, he does.
1-0 pitch. It's fouled off, 1-1.
Now, last time Leake was able to work off the plate inside to Wood with good effect. Now this time you start him off with a couple of breaking balls, so you just think, if you're Wood, okay, he's going to take a shot back inside on me. Let's see if Wood gets that bat going a little quicker this time. There it is, and too far inside.
Two balls, one strike. Brandon Wood facing Mike Leake. The pitch. Crushed foul. And that is up into the 3rd section.
Now Wood was thinking, be quick on anything inside. He got an off-speed pitch. That's why he was so far out in front of it.
How far that ball was hit.
Yep.
And Wood down on strikes for the 2nd time today. Well, earlier we gave you the AT&T Mobility trivia question. Jay Bruce, 94 career home runs. We're the only 2 Reds who have hit more in their first 4 seasons. So you threw some guesses out there. What are your guesses, Bob?
Oh, you got it.
Uh-huh.
Good guessing.
Blind squirrel gets a nut once in a while.
Yeah, occasionally.
Usually you're the one guessing first, and it was kind of you to let me guess today first. It was the last time I had the answer too. But you put it out there first, so I couldn't.
They're just guesses. It's not
I know,
the answer.
Well, you think it's an answer.
Yeah. In reality, 80% of the time I'm wrong.
Cedeno grounds out. In between innings, James McDonald taking a look at finger on his pitching hand. He has had issues with a blister on that middle finger in the past.
Well, hopefully that's not the case today, because he's doing a fine job out there. 1-hit shutout to this point. Exactly what the Pirates needed. Keep that bullpen nice and quiet today.
0-1 now. Leake's pitch inside, 1-1. The other day I was in the clubhouse and I saw McDonald come in with 2 fishing poles. Every so often he'll sneak out. He's got a spot on the Allegheny behind the ballpark. He's caught some bass out there. Loves to fish. He and Daniel McCutcheon like to fish. Xavier Paul came in with a fishing rod the same day. One is fouled back, 1-2.
This is a good part of the country to be in if you like fishing. All kinds of stuff going on. The steelhead will be running up in the creek soon.
And J-Mac down on strikes. Pierogies all around.
Baseball on Root Sports is sponsored by Levin Furniture, home of the Tempur-Pedic, the most recommended mattress in America. Let's go Bucks!
Well, Hannah faded down the stretch, and Oliver took advantage. A win for Oliver Onion today. Pirates looking to get in the win column as well, leading 2-0 as we go to the 6th inning. Great crowd on hand on a Kids Day Sunday afternoon at PNC Park. Well, Mike Leake will lead off against James McDonald. Second time he's led off an inning. Got a base hit in the 3rd, then was erased as part of a 4-6-3 double play. Hit into by Brandon Phillips.
Yeah, the only base hit that the Reds have gotten.
The 1-0 pitch. And for a strike, 1-1. Leake was one of those high school athletes that did everything. He played basketball, he played soccer and football at the same time.
Did you get one?
And of course was a star in baseball. He was the most valuable player of his high school team as a sophomore. So he's always been advanced. Two-one. Count even 2-2.
He certainly is advanced now. Very few guys that have signed a pro contract for the first time as recently as he has. Anywhere near the big leagues.
2-2 pitch. Got him. Strikeout for McDonald. That's number 5 for him. Fans, you can own a piece of the game with the Pirates Authentic Merchandise Collection. Add Andrew McCutchen's game-used bat or Neil Walker's game-used jersey to your personal collection, along with game-used lineup cards, helmets, bases, and more from your favorite Pirates players. To get your authentic Pirates merchandise, visit pirates.com/authentics today. A lot of good stuff they've got available. One out. Here's Brandon Phillips. 0 for 1 with a walk and a stolen base. Strike one call.
Pitch count not too bad now. What about the single digits in the 4th, 5th?
Didn't he?
Had that horrible first inning as far as pitches thrown matter, but then just outstanding. So the total now is in good shape.
Toward the gap, and that's going to split the outfielders and roll the wall. And Phillips, who can run, he'll stop at second base. 1 out double for the Reds' second baseman.
It was important that the ball came back in as quickly as it did with 1 out. Take a look. It was a high hanging off speed pitch. And with 1 out, that's when somebody with speed is going to be looking to go 3 bases. That's when it really matters. McCutchen able to turn that ball around and get it back in time to stop it. You can see Phillips, he was moving the whole way. He knew he wanted to get the 3rd on that. McCutchen was able to stop him.
Ball 1 to Fred Lewis. Lewis 0 for 2. He grounded out to Ronnie Cedeno in the 1st inning and then struck out while tipping it into the glove of Ryan Doman in the 3rd. Stretching the turn and look at second base, and Phillips gets back.
And that's the kind of defensive play that McCutchen just turned in that there is no stat for as far as I know. Is, getting to a ball and getting it back in and holding somebody to a 1 out double instead of a 1 out triple. That has a big effect on a ball game that's as tight as this one, 2-0. But you have to actually see the player. See Andrew McCutchen day after day to see the things he does that isn't on any sheet of paper anywhere, but still has a big effect on helping you win ball games.
Two-0 pitch. And McDonald falling behind 3-0 to Fred Lewis. 0 to 60 in 3 seconds or less. McCutchen with a 2-run home run today. And Lewis takes a strike. Joey Votto on deck. He can be dangerous. He's 0 for 2, however. (3-1) coming to Lewis. And he has walked him. 3rd walk issued today by McDonald. Sunday means sabermetric Sunday. And today, the left on base percentage. Base runners stranded by total base runners allowed times 100 measures the percentage of base runners that a pitcher strands on base over the course of a season. League average typically 70 to 72%. And high strikeout pitchers tend to have the most control over their left on base percentage. Karstens, McDonald, top 2 in the Pirates list, and the league leaders list. They're both in the top 4. Ryan Vogelsong of San Francisco on top.
And the more times you don't get a ball put in play, obviously the less chances for a hit, and that's why the strikeout pitchers, the guys that can get an out without the ball going out there and play, they have that higher number. Kind of interesting that the Pirates have a couple of guys among the leaders.
Well, for McDonald, it would be a good thing right here. He's got 2 men on and 1 out, and facing a long ball hitter in Joey Votto. Brandon Phillips, who never seems to run out of words, is having a conversation with Brian Knight, the umpire, and Fred Lewis at first base after the walk. Mike Leake struck out swinging to start the inning, so 1 out, 2 on for the Reds. 2-0 Pirate lead in the 6th. Look at that batting average and the numbers with runners in scoring position. 423, 7 and 56. McDonald's pitch missed way outside. What a year Votto had last year. There were 3 players who were battling for the Triple Crown in the National League. He was one of them. The other 2 were Carlos Gonzalez of the Rockies and Albert Pujols of the Cardinals. And you check the stats every day, and you might see Pujols on top in RBIs and home runs, and then you'd see Votto in average and second in RBIs, and Gonzalez. It was a 3-horse race. And for much of the season, Votto led in 1 or 2, and in one case, he was up on top of all 3, as was Pujols at one time or another. Throw to second. And Phillips back. But that's the kind of player the Reds have. Getting just a little higher right now than he was a year ago today.
The long ball's sitting at 21, probably a low number for him when it's all said and done. When you consider what ballpark he plays his home run or his home games in, very conducive to the home run.
Runners off first and second for Cincinnati. 1-1 to Votto. Missed off the corner. 2 balls and a strike. Votto has been the cornerstone for that Reds infield last few seasons. Really a guy that they can build around. And their right side of the infield, very good. All-star caliber on both accounts with Brandon Phillips, the second baseman. But Dusty Baker has had a lot of tools to work with. And, of course, Votto helping immensely get the Reds to the top of the National League Central Division a year ago.
A nice addition to for him also was bringing in the veteran Scott Rowland, having him join that good infield.
Count now full to Votto. Rowland out for a few weeks after some arthroscopic surgery in his shoulder, but
He is a little later in his career, maybe not the player he used to be, but still, that was a nice piece for him to add.
That was 2 seasons ago at the trading deadline. They got him from Toronto. Payoff pitch. And this one's up in the air, deep to center field. Ball carrying. It is gone. It is gone. A 3-run home run for Joey Votto, and the Reds are in front 3-2. Just poked the 3-2 pitch out of here. The deep right center. And Votto has his 22nd home run of the season.
Tim, you were talking about the type of player he is. We were talking about that Triple Crown race last year. He and a Hall of Fame player like Pujols. And so these are the kind of things that those guys will do to you. They'll get up there, they'll hit the clutch home run, and certainly is what that was.
80, beg your pardon, 80 runs batted in now for Votto. And Bruce 1-1. Didn't look like he had a strong swing on it, but the bat struck the ball in the right spot. Strike 2 to Bruce.
I was watching McCutchen the whole way. I couldn't really tell by the ball. I always get fooled up here where we sit on the flight of the ball. And I saw McCutchen. He was on his horse going hard, and that's when I realized that, that one's going to carry.
In the air to short left field. Ready for it is Ludwig. 2 down. Yeah, sometimes from where we sit, and
this is it. Now watch McCutchen, and there he is. He's going as hard as he could, and that tells me that that ball's at least at the wall. Wasn't that bad of a spot. Didn't that look like it was on the outside corner? Down a little bit.
It gives you a good idea of how strong Votto is. Take that pitch and not get his best swing on it. Still hit it out to one of the deeper parts of the yard. Frazier 0-2.
So that's when you start wondering, though, have I really established myself inside well enough? When somebody dives out, hits a ball on the outside corner down, and pulls it out to right center.
Ground ball to Cedeno. Reds are done in the top of the 6th, but damage done. Joey Votto with a 3-run homer.
Jose Tabata, who signed a new 6-year contract extension before today's game. He also will now have the opportunity to fulfill his father's dream.
When I'm younger, my father asking me if I wanna one day play right field, and say yes. and he said, before they die, I want to see you play right field. So he right now, he very happy.
Guys, he has also talked about, but nothing official, but has talked about having a dream of someday wearing the number 21 in right field.
And that had become a story unto itself in recent days. But, the 21 retired by the Pirates. And there are 4 circles with the 21 inside on the Clemente wall. One and 2 to Jose. How about next year on Clemente's birthday? Everybody wears 21. So let 31 wear 21. Well, he can. How about if everybody else does too on Roberto's birthday? We just passed it the other day. He would have been 77. Wasn't it Thursday? I believe it was.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I think you got to be kind of careful when you start bringing retired numbers back out. Yeah. But definitely kind of.
Yeah, the whole league wears 42 on April 15th for Jackie Robinson. But then you know, if you do it, I don't know. Maybe it's just a topic for discussion. I don't know. Just a thought. High fly ball deep to right. Wynn's got it. It is off the top of the wall and bouncing away from Bruce. Rounding second, heading to third is Tabata. He's got his first triple of the season.
No, he likes to play right field. He likes to hit the ball for right field. 3 times today now he's gone that direction. All 3 times with a little authority. It's a high fly ball, but it doesn't take much. It's not very deep to our right field. And Bruce really misplays this ball badly. He knows he can't catch it, so why is he so close to the wall? I mean, he just stood there underneath the wall. If it hits the top of the wall, it's going to bounce off somewhere. You got to be ready to catch it. If it's over the fence, well then, okay, it's over the fence. But as a defender, you got to back off the wall a little bit. Give yourself a little room to make a play. It was going to be a double no matter what. But by standing there at the base of the wall in the middle of the warning track watching, he turned it into a triple.
I don't know if he thinks right about here, if it's gone or not.
Well, okay. Yeah, you could tell. You could tell. He like dropped his arms. Well, as soon as he's decided, oh, I can't catch this, then he needed to start backing up. It didn't matter if he thought it was a home run or not. It has no effect on the way he has to play that defense. Defensively, as soon as he sees I can't catch the ball, he's got to back away from the fence, especially that fence, because you don't know what it might do out there. There's so many different things it can hit.
It could bounce anyway.
Yeah, it could go left, right, or back toward the infield hard like it did.
Jones lifts it to deep right field. Way backhand caught. Home run, Garrett Jones. And the Pirates back in front. 4-3.
It didn't matter if it was a double or a triple. Jones comes up and knocks it into the seats. Could have been a single. He'd have knocked him in.
RBIs 48 and 49 for Garrett Jones.
He got a breaking ball down. It looked like he just kind of golfed it out, didn't it?
He went after it. It was like a driving range where the ball was on the mat.
Yep.
He went way down for that. Andrew McCutchen, who had a 2-run home run of his own, standing in.
There it is, going down. A nice little golf swing, lifting it out of the ballpark. Well, it didn't take long to get the lead back.
I think the ball's carrying well to right.
The shot with the splash can.
Strike on the inside corner to McCutchen, 1-2.
McCutchen either didn't like the call or he's thinking, oh, I wish I had that one back. You know what? It looks a little dark out behind us here. I wonder if rain's coming.
Maybe why the wind's picked up. Comebacker to Leake.
If it rains real hard, that might be a great time to get the lead.
Yeah, it's official now.
Yeah, because it is an official. Now we're back ahead.
Ominous look over downtown. Skyline basically a silhouette in that sky. Garrett Jones hit one in that direction. Pirates have been hitting some home runs on this homestand. It's good to see.
Big shift in the infield on Doman.
And Doman hits one high and deep to right center. Stubbs in front of the track. 2 out. Garrett Jones hit the ball out there. You know what that section is? That's right. See, all-you-can-eat seats. You get your seats in the H.K. Anderson Pretzels all-you-can-eat seats. Just $35. 5 more on the day of the game. An outfield reserve ticket right there. You get hot dogs, hamburgers, nachos, popcorn, pretzels, peanuts, ice cream, and soda. Go back as many times as you want. Visit pirates.com/all-you-can-eat. And who knows, you might even get a home run ball out there.
They get here early. There'll be a lot of them head out there during batting practice.
Ball 1 to Neil Walker. Walker struck out looking in the first, flied to left in the 4th inning. 500 in the series, 4 out of 8. Two balls, no strikes to Neil. Brown's crew is over by their perch.
It really has gotten a lot darker. It's hard to see on television, but when you're here looking down, you can see the lights have really taken effect shining down on the field right now. There's what you see looking up the Allegheny.
.30 is in for a strike. Over his last 41 games, Neil Walker has had 19 multi-hit games. Go back to the 3rd of July. And he's walked. 2-out walk issue to Walker, and that'll bring up Ryan Ludwig. Garrett Jones, a 2-run shot, is 15th. Has put the Pirates back in front. We've got a pretty busy day coming up tomorrow here on Root Sports. Doubleheader. It's our Nissan Road ahead. Game 1, the coverage starts at 4:30. Game 2 is very accurate. It's after. It's a real doubleheader. Tuesday, 6:30. Wednesday at noon on Getaway Day. Then on the road in St. Louis for 4. Saturday's nationally televised. The rest all right here on Root Sports.
Yeah, guys will go in, throw on a dry shirt, maybe have a sandwich, and go back out, play game 2.
The 2 home run hitters talking, comparing notes. 2 down, Walker at first base. League stretch, and first pitch coming to Ryan Ludwig. Down to 3rd. Frazier will go the short way, and that'll do it. Pirates get 2. Triple by Tabata, home run by Jones. And Jones made the crowd on this Kids Day Sunday erupt with the long ball over the Clemente wall in right field. 4-3 Buccos. For the first time in his career, placed on the 15-day disabled list on Friday with a strained left shoulder. He'll visit Dr. James Andrews tomorrow for a second opinion. Probable starters for the Brewers series. Game 1 tomorrow. Chris Narveson against Jeff Karsten. Zach Greinke against Brad Lincoln. And on Tuesday, it is expected that Ross Ohlendorf will be recalled from AAA to face Marco Estrada. And Kevin Correa set to go in the Wednesday matinee against Sean Markham. Grilly's Gorillas, they're dressed and ready for action, and so is right-hander Jason Grilly. He takes over for James McDonald and gets a strike in on Drew Stubbs. I didn't know that Grilly had his own Gorillas.
No, didn't know he had Gorillas either.
I think he's found out. And so have we.
Talked to Paul Friday as he was leaving the ballpark, and he didn't seem to think that the problem was going to be real serious. He said he would love to get back and do a little more pitching before the end of the season. Maybe get back out there and make a couple of more starts. But he said it was something that's been bothering him basically the whole second half of the season, and finally decided just to go ahead and shut it down for a while.
Did he go? Yes, says Bob Davidson, and Grilly comes in and strikes out Stubbs.
The curveball in the dirt. Bob said, "Yep, you chased it."
Let's check in with Dan Potash.
Bob, did you say shut it down?
Pardon?
Did you say shut it down for a little bit? We could be getting some rain to shut it down here for a
Oh,
little
no,
bit.
I was saying Paul Maholm is going to shut it down for a little bit. Yeah, I can see it starting to rain. Everybody is heading back, trying to get under cover right now.
Yeah, the grounds crew is ready to go into launch effect here, so it looks like it would be getting a little wet.
One out, Ryan Hannigan, the hitter. And the pitch by Grilly. It's a strike.
And we've been looking at these dark clouds now really for about a half a inning ever since the Pirates were able to take the lead. And there's finally enough of them congregated that they decided to rain on us. And that delay early on.
Yeah, 41-minute delay to start the game today.
You can see it's raining pretty good up to the north of us, not too far.
Came prepared. 1-1 to Hannigan. Now it's 1-2. That's Smarts. Jose Arredondo now warming up for the Reds in the bullpen. Backup Mike Leake. It's the only bullpen not covered up right now. They've got one half of their bullpen covered, at least the mound covered up, and one active, one uncovered. The Pirates have the tarp on their bullpen mounds. 1-2, ground ball shot into center field. And a base hit for Hannigan, and the Reds have the tying run on here. We'll bring up the number 8 hitter, Paul Janisch. We were talking about Paul Maholm just a moment ago. Evan Meek started and allowed one hit and struck out one batter in his rehab assignment today with Bradenton against the St. Lucie club. So Meek throwing again in game conditions. And speaking of game conditions,
yeah, I can't believe they don't call this. But now they are. Yeah, it is really coming down now.
Jerry Lane summoning the grounds crew, and now they spring into action. That tarp will get on that infield quickly as the players head for cover. Threatening skies over Pittsburgh. Look at that water. Check this out.
What a great shot that is. Wow, that is beautiful.
Dancing between the raindrops.
That will do it. Gonna have to get it. You can see it coming. It's coming actually from kind of behind the Pirates dugout, coming from that direction, a little northwest.
So here comes the tarp. Players will try to stay dry. Stand by. We'll step aside for just a moment. We'll come back to PNC Park and update you on the situation here on Root Sports. The 7th, 1 out and tying run aboard for Cincinnati. 4-3 ball game. The Pirates have been using the long ball a little bit today. Game started 41 minutes late due to rain, and now rain stalling it again for the time being. As the grounds crew has worked hard to get that tarp out there. The rain has lightened up quite a bit and quickly.
Yeah, it looked like everything was passing toward the north of us, and I'm hoping we just caught the edge of it for a little while, because it rained extremely hard for maybe 2 minutes, and now it's really shutting down quickly, almost leaving as fast as it got here.
Behind the press box in that direction, the clouds were extremely dark. Now look
if you look to the north, you can still see the rain. I think there was a big storm, and we must have just caught the edge. Just enough to, that's looking off obviously toward the east, northeast a little bit. You're swinging more toward the northeast, and you look up the river and you can see it's still, where all that rain is, that's what just passed over the stadium.
It came down hard too.
Yeah,
I mean, it put a lot of water on the field in a very short period of time.
But then as the camera is panning and looking back now, swinging like through the northwest, and you can see the sky definitely starting to lighten up that direction. So I think what that rain squall or that came through got in, did its business, and is gone. Unless there's something on radar that that you really can't see that's going to be coming again here in about another 20 minutes that we don't know about. But the grounds crew definitely heading back down the stairs. They're not standing out by the tarp like they were getting ready to take it back off.
Still some areas that you can stay dry here at the ballpark. 4-3 Pirates. How did it get that way? Buccos in the first inning rode this long ball to left field off the bat of Andrew McCutchen. McCutchen turned in his 18th home run of the year, scoring Jose Tabata on the play. And Votto, a 3-run shot in the 6th off McDonald to make it 3-2 Cincinnati. And then in the 6th inning, Jose Tabata, a leadoff triple, and then Garrett Jones golfed it out for his 15th home run. The Pirates back in front, 4-3. And now the youngsters are dry where they're sitting.
Yeah, well, while we were looking at the home runs, the entire ground crew came running back up out of the stairwell, and now they've taken their position on the tarps. They're going to tag it off.
So apparently the radar will cooperate, and the weather will be the one cooperating, but the radar probably showing that not a significant threat the rest of the way, so they will lift the tarp off and prepare the field as best they can, as quickly as they can. In the meantime, we will take a break. We're in the 7th inning, 4-3 Pirates. Three. Top half of the 7th, Reds have a man on. There is one out. And what about Jason Grilli, who just came on? He struck out a man and gave up a hit. Now he's got to deal with this delay.
Oh, that's not going to bother him at all. Kind of a, almost just like coming in, sitting in the dugout, and perhaps having an inning where you're scoring a couple of runs. He should be fine. A relief pitcher also is a little more used to the stop and go nature. You might have to get up and throw a bunch in the 6th inning, and then you don't get called upon until the 8th inning. Kind of a similar type thing to that. So he'll be fine as long as we get no more rain and they pretty quick fashion get the tarp off. He shouldn't be effective one way or another.
They're looking for a win here today, no question. Looking to the future, #1 draft pick Garrett Cole was in town yesterday to meet the press. General manager Neil Huntington with him, also his agent Scott Boras. And Cole, with his new Pirate gear, #1 overall pick out of UCLA. He's already gone down to Bradenton, Florida, and has begun his indoctrination into professional baseball. Our Greg Brown yesterday had a chance to sit down with the #1 pick, Garrett Cole.
Garrett's been a whirlwind, I'm sure, this past week, but welcome to the Pittsburgh Pirates. What has it been like for you?
It's been really exciting. Things are starting to wind down now. Just got done with the press conference and whatnot, so glad to get that kind of stuff over with. It's always nerve-wracking, especially when you don't have a lot of experience. But it's been really exciting, and it's been a great ride. So,
do you have a timetable when you're going to be actually wearing that Pirate uniform here at PNC Park?
Oh gosh, I don't know, man. Hopefully it's soon. But it's up to the guys in the front office. You got to let they do a really good job at what they do, and and so they're going to make all the final decisions. But my job is just to go out there and play baseball and work hard.
Garrett, what was your reaction when you knew for sure the Pirates were going to pick you first?
I was speechless. I was on the phone with Greg and Neil and Frank, and I really didn't have much to say because I was so shocked. But that's a moment I'll never forget, sitting out there on the porch. But it was awesome. It was so exciting.
Do you know anything about the history of this organization? Have you been much of a fan of any of the players in particular?
Obviously you got to talk about Roberto Clemente and as of late Kevin Correa and Andrew McCutcheon. Some exciting players and a lot of exciting talent. The history at this city, this club, and the other professional sports here is just phenomenal, and it's exciting to go to an environment where the fans are just so great.
What did you think of Pittsburgh in a short amount of time? A West Coast guy coming to this town. And we talked to Josh Bell. He was duly impressed with this area.
Oh, stunning! My dad used to come back here a lot, so he kind of gave me a little bit of a precursor, but coming over that bridge is I don't know why you just don't expect it, but you don't, and the ballpark is obviously probably the most beautiful ballpark I've been to, and I've been to a good handful, and the backdrop of the city is phenomenal right there on the. It's been a great experience.
Well, I'll tell you, we're looking forward to seeing you again. It's great to see you wearing a Pirate uniform, but for real, Garrett, not too distant future. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Well, Garrett Cole has had a fastball clocked as high as 101 miles an hour, and they feel that he's got the possibility of having just an absolute wipeout breaking pitch. Curveball that knock out opponents, and his fastball obviously has the velocity, and he's had great success at a high level in college baseball, coming out of the Pac-10, which is now the Pac-12. So Garrett Cole might be in Pittsburgh sooner than later, being advanced, being a junior in college, and a guy that turned down the New York Yankees. He wasn't a first-round draft pick for the first time. He was picked 28th overall a few years ago by the Yankees and told the Yankees no. He wanted to go to college, went to UCLA, and then became #1 overall. So actually drafted in the.
Well, I think that what you were saying earlier about sooner than later, I think is something that's very important for the Pirates. It looks like we're kind of on the edge of being where we need to be, and somebody like that coming up is going to be a big help. And the fact that just listening to him during the interviews and the press conference, he seems pretty mature for his age too, advanced in that regard, which is going to help him in getting up here. The pitching stuff is going to be one thing, but handling the life of a major league player is on the other side of the coin, and you got to be able to do that sort of business. And it just seems to me, listening to him, that he may have that covered already. He seems very level-headed.
Well, Pirates Senior Vice President and General Manager Neil Huntington spoke at the press conference yesterday about what an honor it is for somebody to be the #1 overall pick.
It's an honor and a privilege to be chosen #1 in the country. And with that honor and privilege comes a lot of responsibility. Our share of responsibility is to help Garrett maximize his true potential mentally, physically, fundamentally, and personally. And Garrett, you've got our pledge that we'll do everything in our power to help you become the pitcher you want to become. Again, it's another great day for us. We're excited and looking forward to getting Garrett on the mound, and looking forward to the day where he takes the ball here in PNC and helps us take that next step towards being that consistent championship caliber organization.
Some smiles from Neil too as he gets the #1 guy in the fold. The guy they wanted, the guy they tabbed as the best player in the draft. Pirates with the #1 overall pick, and finally signed, sealed, and delivered.
The Pirates have made a great effort in the last few years to put a lot of resources into that draft to try and get the top level athlete, baseball athlete, into our organization, so that you get the top guys coming out on the top end of it at our level, at the big league level. And really have done a great job at that, leaving no stone unturned. And heck, we're even I heard the other day that the commissioner took a shot at us for spending so much money in the draft. How about that? Pirates spending too much money now. Did you think you're ever going to, you know? It's just amazing the comments sometimes that you hear, and I had to get a chuckle out of that one.
Well, things could change, you know, with the collective bargaining agreement conversations going on, and there could be some differences, many differences perhaps next year and in future years.
Well, I think the Pirates doing it the right way. I mean, it's, you know, I think, and I've told you this before how I feel about it. You know, I hear people say, well, you know, look at the risk you take. You know, you give, you know, X amount of dollars, $5 million, $6 million, $7 million, $8 million, or whatever, to a player that's never played in the professional ranks before. Was that more of a risk than giving somebody $180 million that is in their 30s that, you know, could get hurt on the very next pitch, might have to have Tommy John surgery? So, I mean, which is the bigger risk? So I think the Pirates have gone down the road that to me makes the most sense. You invest a lot of money into these youngsters and hope for a big payoff.
And they've done things within the rules that are set up. They're just, you know, trying to do whatever they can do for the best advantage of the Pirates. The youngster needs a shave. Well, the Pirates are going to take the field again.
Yep.
Lane, the crew chief, telling the grounds crew to speed things up. And it looks like we're going to have baseball again here momentarily. Bob Davidson, the home plate umpire, is back near home plate. Let's bring in Dan Potash.
All right, Tim, thank you very much. You know, I was hanging out downstairs with the grounds crew and some of the umpires during that brief rain delay and struck up a conversation with balking Bob Davidson, who asked me if Bob Walk was working today's broadcast. I said, well, of course he is. He said, you tell Bob that nobody balked more than Walk. And I said, okay, I'll tell him in the commercial break or after the game. He goes, no, you can tell him during the broadcast. It's okay. You tell him I said that. I don't need to push any buttons there. I'm just the messenger.
Oh, he kidded me. He did call me for an awful lot of balks. You know, this is one of the things that I used to think of. And when I was playing, there was it seems like there was a lot more stealing going on. Guys like Vince Coleman and stuff, they'd steal 100 bases, and it was a big deal. So if I got a base runner out there at first base that is going to steal second 8-9 times out of 10, well then when I come set, I might have to give him a little wiggle with that left shoulder before I go over. And if I get called for a balk, half the time I pick him off, I'm still ahead of the game, right?
Well, he's going to steal on you some of those times anyway.
Well, yeah, so, you know, if I just let him run, he's going to be at second 90% of the time. If I give him a little shoulder and pick him off maybe 4 or 5 times and only get called for a balk every now and then, I thought that was a good trade-off. Well, Bob was a specialist at calling balks, and this was back in the days too, where we didn't fly charters all the time. Sometimes you would fly on the commercial flights. I had him yell at me across an airport one time, "Walk, that's a balk," as I was walking down the jetway. So we used to have a lot of fun with that. Obviously, he still remembers.
Surprised he doesn't call you Bob Balk instead of Bob Walk.
He was that was one of, you know, every umpire, especially back in those days, it was you didn't have as many teams and they were National League umpires, so you saw them all the time. They all had a personality, and I'm not talking about what you would think normally of a personality, but their game, the baseball personality. You know, big strike zone, small strike zone. You know, what is it about them that sets them apart from the other umpires? Well, Bob, he was a stickler for doing the things right out there as a pitcher. He would call a balk if you didn't stop, and that's where he got the nickname Balk and Bob. But you know, that was just something that was like a trademark of his.
As far as he's concerned, that should have been your nickname.
As far as he's concerned, yes.
Right. Well, the game summary. We're in the top of the 7th, 1 man out. Andrew McCutchen, a 2-run shot. Garrett Jones, a 2-run shot. Joey Votto, a 3-run shot. So home runs have accounted for all of the runs so far this afternoon as we get set to pick this game up. 4-3 Pirates. 1 out and 1 on for Cincinnati. Paul Janisch, the hitter, facing Jason Grilli. Ryan Hannigan with a 1-out single is at first base. There's ball 1.
What we get? 20 minutes off?
20-minute delay.
We'll get 61 altogether.
Yes, sir. 61 minutes in delays.
A little over an hour.
Pop back and out of play. And you notice, too, as the season goes along, the games themselves have been getting a little longer and longer. Friday night's game went 3 hours and 58 minutes. And Clint Hurdle was asked about that today. And he said, he notices it throughout his career that as you get to this point, for a lot of teams, you'll run into games that are more meaningful for one team or another, and they are more deliberate about things. Sometimes it extends the length of the game. That's a strike. 2-2.
Definitely tied him up and in. And one thing that definitely happens when we get to September, you get the rosters expanded, and managers are making a lot more moves. You have almost unlimited options. You'll have extra guys in the bullpen, extra guys on your bench. And that sometimes can lengthen ball games late in the year.
Those blanks will get filled in a little bit more.
Oh, yeah.
3-2 struck him out. Two really bad swings by Giannis in that at bat. He goes down on strikes for the second time in the game. And Grilli with 2 strikeouts.
Yeah, he was no chance against the curveball. 2 in a row. Not to rub it into Giannis, but those look like pitcher swings. And I'm not talking about Leake.
No. Well, Leake's swings look real.
Yeah.
Here's Yonder Alonso pinch hitting for Leake. Yonder Alonso, a guy they really like his bat in Cincinnati. Find a way to get him some more at bats. 3 out of 9 as a pinch hitter. 2 men out, top of the 7th. And Alonso takes one on the corner. 1-1. Jose Arredondo in the bullpen. He appeared in Friday night's game. Safe to say everybody appeared in Friday night's game out of the Reds bullpen. They used every pitcher they had. Came away with an 11-8 win. Kind of a wild game. In that game, the Pirates scored runs in every inning from the 4th on. 4th through the 8th anyway. Didn't score in the 9th, but never had a lead. Ended up losing 11-8.
Yeah, that was a game that neither team played especially well. Made a lot of mistakes in. But then, yeah, it's baseball, so you get to turn the page and come back out. Did that yesterday and got a win.
Here's a 1-2 coming. Foul back. Tony Watson hit his first major league win yesterday in relief. Warming up in the bullpen now for the Pirates. He got the call and then had to get up about 6 o'clock in the morning, start his drive from Indianapolis. Got here plenty of time for the game and ended up earning his first big league win after a 5-hour drive. Here comes the sun. 2-2 the count to pitch. It's in the dirt. 3-2 now. So the base runner, Hannigan, will get a head start at first. Kind of a crazy day weather-wise. 2 rain delays, but right now it is sunny.
Bright sunshine.
Shadows on the field from the lights. The 3-2. Runner goes, and it's fouled back. We've had the DirecTV blimp here this weekend, and it was circling the ballpark prior to the game, but due to the weather forecast, we were unable to have it for the game today, bringing those beautiful overhead shots of the city.
We got some last couple of days, definitely were gorgeous. I especially love the nighttime shots.
Really walks the pinch hitter Alonso, and now the tying run is pushed into scoring position with 2 men out. Listen up, college football fans. You can catch a Mountaineer game in just 1 hour on Tuesdays. Then on Wednesdays, huddle up with the Thundering Herd on Marshall Football Today. Wild and wonderful sports on Root Sports. Begins August 30th. It's that time. College football ready to kick off. Thundering Herd from Huntington, West Virginia.
Home of Donnie Robinson. Where Donnie grew up. Of course, Donnie lives down Bradenton now.
Yep. Well, we say hi to Mike Hamrick, the athletic director at Marshall, who watches many Pirate games. Comes out.
Homer Bailey.
Starting pitcher from a couple of nights ago. Breaking ball in for a strike call. Phillips doubled his last time up, scored a run, came home for free on the home run by Votto. 2 on, 2 out for Cincinnati in the 7th. Really a couple of looks back. Now the pitch fouled back. And Phillips behind 0-2. Brandon Phillips having conversations yesterday with Garrett Jones every time he went down to first base. And Jones really didn't say anything back. He just kind of smiled politely and nodded his head in acknowledgement.
Phillips should be a first baseman. Huh?
Yeah, he talks to everybody. For that reason alone, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of first baseman. You need to have that kind of personality, like a barber or bartender. Sit there and hold those conversations with everybody that comes by.
And the 0-2 on the way. That's up high 1-2.
Sean Casey was a perfect first baseman.
Yeah, he's next door today, isn't he?
Good word for everybody. I saw him downstairs earlier. I know he's here.
Yeah.
There he is.
Doing Cincinnati TV today. His chatty persona got him the nickname the Mayor.
The Mayor, yes.
His lips aren't moving there. What's going on?
Color guy. Yeah, they got a promo going, so there was nothing for him to do.
Probably it. He got the stop sign, right? He didn't want to go through the stop sign. His lips aren't moving.
They'll move. If there's a hit here, they'll start moving a million miles an hour.
Something's getting fired up. He's got a thought.
Might have just saw we had him on.
Here comes the 1-2 on the way to Brandon Phillips. And it's chopped down the third base side. Got to touch it. There you go. Foul ball.
And that was one that might come back. That's a good idea. Grilli was able to get to that so quickly. And most of the time, the balls are going to be rolling away from that foul line. But this one here was holding its line pretty well. It was going to run parallel. And so if that hits one of those little bumps in the road you can see there, a little cleat mark or something, and get deflected, back toward the foul line, it could roll into fair territory. That's why it's so important to get over there, touch the ball, get it called foul. Don't ever give it a chance to roll back. Love the AGH camera.
1-2 fouled back. Well, Sean Casey hit the very first home run in this ballpark. April 9th, 2001. And we got to get the first sample of it. And how apropos that a Pittsburgh guy got the first home run at this ballpark, and a Pittsburgh guy got the last home run at Three River Stadium. John Wayner.
I always thought that was very ironic that two guys from Pittsburgh, one hit the last one at Three Rivers, the other one hit the first one here.
Todd Ritchie served that one up to Casey. Jason Grilli now, 1 ball, 2 strikes with Brandon Phillips. 4-3 Pirates, and Cincinnati trying to put a threat together here. They've got the tying run in scoring position. It's Ryan Hannigan at second base. Yonder Alonso behind him at first. Now cat and mouse continues. Fred Lewis on deck, the left fielder. One ball, 2 strike pitch. Up and in. Was it this close, Bob?
That's kind of Phillips' style. He's very flamboyant. No, that was a couple inches inside.
Really ready to go. Look at second base, the 2-2. And this one looped into shallow center. Out goes Walker. He'll make the catch. And the Reds will strand 2 men. Stretch time at PNC Park, middle of the 7th. Pirates leading the Reds 4-3, and we stay here to take you out to the ball game. And on this Sunday, we'll also have the playing of and the singing of God Bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you now to stand and join the Pirates and Major League Baseball as we remember the lives lost on September 11, 2001, while offering support to our troops here and abroad. Joining us on the field is Senior Airman Brandon Montre. Senior Airman Montre is a Beaver County native and has been a member of the 171st Air Refueling Wing Fire Protection since 2003 and has recently returned home to Pittsburgh after serving a tour of duty in Kuwait in support of Operation Iraqi and Enduring Freedom and Operation New Dawn. And here to lead us with God Bless America is a quartet from the St. Matthew United Methodist Church.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Fans, it's time for the 7th inning stretch. We invite you now.
One of the Sunday traditions, Steve Blass giving gifts to his adoring fans below. 4-3. Wood, Bucks up by a run here. Along with Dan Potash and Bob Walk, I'm Tim Neverett. Glad you've joined us here to watch Pirates baseball. A strike to Wood, who has struck out twice today. He's 0 for 2. We have endured 2 rain delays that have encompassed 61 minutes. One to start the ball game took 41 minutes. And a brief 20-minute delay. Down to 2 and 3. 33 strikeouts to 25 walks.
That's a lot of walks in 36 innings.
Down on strikes goes Wood. Tough day at the office for Brandon Wood. He has struck out 3 times, twice swinging, now once looking.
That ball had a lot of movement on it. I think he thought it was going to come inside, and it just didn't make it. Stayed right on the inside corner.
Cedeno chops one to third. Frazier right from the bag throws him out. 2 gone quickly in the 7th for Arredondo and the Reds. Now Matt Diaz will come to the plate and hit in the 9 spot. 75 as a pinch hitter. Fairly good job of pinch hitting roles. And with the way that the outfield is constructed right now, we're seeing him play in the outfield less frequently. Out in front, swing and a miss, nothing and 1 to Matt. Ryan Ludwig getting the time in left field. Ludwig coming over at the deadline, and we're seeing more and more regular time from Jose Tabata in right field. And I think that's a spot we can expect to see him in the future.
It's looking more and more like that. I think he's going to settle in. That's where he wants to play, really.
Oh, 2 pitch. Diaz stays alive. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens on September 1st, too, when the rosters expand. Who comes up, who gets some extra time to play. There's always a time when teams start to look at where guys might fit in for next season. And that time for most teams is during the month of September. Clint Hurdle will have some decisions to make. And over the last couple of seasons, the Pirates have not expanded completely to 40 men. They've brought just a few up. And this year, who knows? They may bring some more. And a lot of that is purpose because you want to bring a guy up maybe who has had a good year in the minor leagues, give him a reward for it, but have him work out with a big league club for an extra month and give him a taste of what it's like in the big leagues. Maybe get him a chance to get his first big league hit, or maybe his first big league win on the mound, or strikeout, or whatever. And Diaz goes down looking. So 1, 2, 3 go the Bucks in the 7th, and we are on to the 8th. 4-3 Pirates.
brought to you by Mazda. Mazda, zoom, zoom. Let's go, Bucks.
Pirates a 1-run lead as we go to the 8th inning. And right-hander Jose Veras is on. His work over the last week. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Had Wednesday off. Thursday was an off day. Pitched on Friday. And again yesterday.
And now today. That'll be 3 days in a row. And doesn't Clint have a rule that nobody pitches 4 days in a row?
He does.
Which would make Veras unavailable for tomorrow's doubleheader.
And with a short bullpen, that's not always good when you play two in the same day. One thing Clint said,
hoping they could keep Veras out of this ball game this afternoon.
One thing Clint talked about earlier today when talking about the bullpen is that he would look to McCutchen in a long situation, but that McCutchen was ready to go. Joe Beimel would be ready to pitch here today, but he also said that we'll see what happens. We're trying to win today's game, so we're playing for today and not for tomorrow. And hopefully they get a W today and then worry about it tomorrow. Fred Lewis takes strike one.
Well, that certainly is the most important thing. Is you don't give up a win today, you know, for something that you might have tomorrow. You have to win this one.
Doubleheader tomorrow.
This is the rubber match, the series.
0-1 pitch. And Lewis down to first. Nice stop by Jones. Toss to Veras covering one down. A bullet to first, and Jones held his ground.
Yeah, good job by Veras also being there for him. Since he had to scramble and go pick that ball up, he didn't have time, even though it was hit hard, to take the bag himself. So Veras, he didn't end up being a spectator. A lot of times as a pitcher, if you see a ball hit really hard down there, you start watching it because you think, oh, he's going to have plenty of time to make that play himself. He doesn't need me. Veras didn't do that. He broke over there and was there in plenty of time.
Give you an idea how hard that ball was hit. Garrett Jones had fumbled that ball all around, still had time to pick it up, take a couple of steps, and make the toss. And Lewis runs fairly well. A left-handed hitter, too, coming down the line. So it gives you an idea of how hard that ball was struck. Joey Votto, 3-run home run back in the 6th. 1 for 3 today. And strike. Oh, you like baseball? You want to see some bonus baseball tomorrow? Plenty of it. Back-to-back games starting at 5 o'clock. 4:30 coverage begins here on Root Sports. Greg and Bob have you in game 1, and yours truly and Steve Blass in game 2. To left field, Ryan Ludwig makes the grab.
A nice play for out number 1, and then just a lazy fly ball for the second out. The 2 outs, just 5 pitches for Veras.
Jay Bruce walked in the first. He's flied out twice since, once to center and once to left. Very strong right fielder. 1-0 pitch. That's on the corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bruce turned 24 years old on the 4th day of the season this year. Still very young. In the All-Star team for the first time.
This breaking ball, this curveball's been getting swings like this all year. That has been his bread and butter pitch. A lot of strikeouts on that little short curveball.
There you go.
He got another one.
He got another one. You're right. Bruce strikes out, and Veras comes in and gets the side in order. 1, 2, 3 go the Reds. A ground out by Lewis, a fly out by Votto, And now the strikeout of Jay Bruce. Said Bob Davidson heard a lot about it after this. And while we were away, after Jay Bruce dejectedly walked back to the dugout, more emphatically, Dusty Baker crossed paths with him and came out to meet the home plate umpire. And bench coach Chris Spire also fired up as well, and it was an ejection. Tabata drills this one to left field. Fred Lewis is there.
Thomas centered the ball up this afternoon, isn't he?
Yeah, Tabata 2 out of 4 now.
There's the check swing again that called strike 3.
So Baker came out to argue, and then Chris Spire, the bench coach, got a little bit too chatty, and he was run out of the ballgame. Two-run home run in the 6th inning for Jones, his 15th of the year. He now has 49 runs batted in. 1-1 to Jones.
Having a great August, isn't he?
Outstanding in the month of August.
If he keeps this up for the entire season, I got to believe that might be able to solidify his position over at first base. So what he is doing right now is the offense that really the Pirates are looking for from him. And if he delivers, I mean, look at that. They're not looking for a .313 average, but still, what I'm saying is the power numbers, the RBI, the run production, you get that up there, that's what you want from him.
It's this one well. And Stubbs is able to get a hold of it.
The extra base hits.
Well, the extra base hits, he had 12 heading into the game, and that was tied with Tulowitzki of Colorado and Pena of the Cubs for the most in the National League. He's at 13 now, obviously, with the home run. And McCutchen, way back when in the 1st inning with Tabata aboard. He went yard. And for McCutchen, his 18th. RBIs 73 and 74. He leads the club in runs batted in. Anders hit in the cleanup spot this year. He's also hit leadoff a bunch. But it may turn out where this is where he's going to end up hitting, is in that 3 spot. Oh, and 2 to Andrew McCutchen. 1 for 3 this afternoon. Oh, 2 pitch. All chopped down to short. Yanish, low throw, but good enough to get McCutchen. And the Pirates retired in order. It is hammer time at PNC Park. All right, how about those great shots from the AGH cam today? Absolutely terrific. Out of town scores brought to you by the Meadows Racetrack and Casino. Brewers go on the road and sweep the Mets. They've now won 22 of their last 25 games. They come in here for a twin bill tomorrow. 4 games in 3 days. Nationals and Phillies even at 3 late. Dodgers leading the Rockies 3-2. And the Marlins and Padres just underway. In case you missed it from Subway, the Pirates signed Aaron Heilman to a minor league contract and assigned him to AAA. According to a published report on Pirates.com. Hanrahan in, and he delivers a strike to Todd Frazier. Tabota's moved to left field. Checking out the glasses in the glare. Xavier Paul is in for defense and right. And Hanrahan 0-1. Delivers at 96 outside, 1-1. Hanrahan looking for save number 32.
This is also Joel's 3rd game in a row.
So again, with a doubleheader tomorrow, we will see what Clint Hurdle ends up doing in terms of the rule that he's got. Pitchers don't pitch more than 3 days in a row. Here's a 2-1. Wave and a miss. Came with the heat.
Oh, underneath it looked like.
2-ball, 2-strike pitch to Todd Frazier. And a line drive base hit. And the Reds now with a tying run aboard in the top half of the 9th inning. Frazier, the rookie who made his debut in May with the Reds, came back up and rolling one on the DL. This is the week that Joel Hanrahan has had in terms of pitches.
So he pitched Friday, Saturday, and today. That's what we were alluding to earlier.
Drew Stubbs.
We got a strikeout pitcher on the mound and a strikeout guy for sure at the plate. I like this matchup for the Pirates.
Stubbs has struck out once today. And on the season, he has struck out 166 times. That leads the majors. He is also the hardest guy to double up. Andrew McCutchen wants it. And he's got it for out number 1. Around the major leagues, in case you missed it, presented by Subway. A-Rod returned to the lineup today against the Twins, went 0 for 4. He's been out since July 14th. Jimmy Rollins, strained right groin, and left the Phillies game today against the Nationals. Retiring Trevor Hoffman's number 51 today, the San Diego Padres. Johnny Damon had a grand slam overturned on video replay and was ruled a 3-run double. As the Rays play Seattle, and they have won that game regardless, 8-7. First time that a grand slam has been overturned by video replay. There have been home runs, but never a grand slam until today. 1-0 to Hannigan from Hanrahan.
It'd be interesting if that play ever comes up on a walk-off home run where got the big dog pile at the plate. And, in a lot of those instances too, the umpires, as soon as the plate is touched, they're walking off. Got to get them, I guess, before they leave. Yeah. Tell them you wanted to appeal that, see if you can talk them into it. But I don't know if I've seen one of those come into play.
Two 2-0 is the count to Ryan Hannigan. Hit into a double play in the second inning.
Now that was a big part of the game early on. James McDonald able to turn a couple of double plays, induce a couple.
On the corner. Two balls and a strike to Hannigan. And that in the second inning was after Stubbs was hit by a pitch, and he was the leading base stealer for the Reds with 30, and he was stuck at first base, and Hannigan hit one to short. Good pivot at second base by Walker, and then the twin kill. They would get another one the next inning. Hanrahan falling behind Hannigan. Top of the ninth, 4-3 Pirates, 5 hits apiece. All the runs today coming on home runs. A 2-run shot by McCutchen in the first, a 3-run shot by Votto for Cincinnati in the 6th, and a 2-run bomb by Jones in the bottom of the 6th. Missed for ball 4, and now the tying run is in scoring position and the potential go-ahead run at first.
It's not going to be Yanish. Take a look at the strike zone. It says that ball was high enough. You saw it light up. When the border of the strike zone turns yellow, that means it was a strike.
While the Pirates meet on the mound, Dusty Baker has gone to the bench, and he brings out Ramon Hernandez, the catcher, who is backing up Hannigan today. And a pinch hitter, or rather a pinch runner, will go out to first base for Hannigan. Dave Sapelt, a rookie outfielder. Sapelt is at first. Frazier's the guy that the Pirates want to keep where he is. He is at second base. He represents the tying run. And here is Hernandez. Hernandez is 2 for 6 against Hanrahan. Hanrahan has struck him out once in their meetings. First play on the infield, 1 out. And the pitch. Strike 1. Hernandez has hit into 10 double plays. Grounded into 10 anyway. Stretched by Hanrahan. He's ready. Looks at second and delivers 0-1. Did he go? Yes, he did. Hunter Wendelstedt rings him up on the appeal. And the count is 0-2.
Take a look at the head of the bat. Decide for yourself whether he actually offered or not. Came out there just about next to the baseball as it was going by.
The 0-2 to Ramon Hernandez. Ground ball, and Cedeno won't get it. Around third comes Frazier, and the ball game is tied. And Joel Hanrahan will get tagged with a blown save.
It wasn't hit very well. Looked like just off the end of the bat, but well placed. Cedeno could not keep it in play. He's cheating a little bit towards second base because he wants that double play ball, and he couldn't get to the ground ball in the hole. If there was 2 outs, he probably gets to that, but because there was only 1 out, that takes about a step away from his range, playing over for a double play.
And Miguel Cairo to left field. That falls in front of Tabata. Cairo hits in the 9th spot.
Well, that time, because there was 1 out instead of 2, we saved a run. Sapelt scores there if there's 2 outs, but he had to hold up and just stand there and wait to see if that ball was going to fall in. So only 1 out saved us. Watch the second baseman, Sapelt. He's just going to stand and wait and wait and wait. He can't run. Now he can go when the ball finally hits the grass. If there's 2 outs, he's going crack of the bat. We got problems. Of course, we have some problems right now. Bases loaded, just 1 out. And the Pirate bullpen busy. Doesn't happen very often with Hanrahan out there.
1 out, the base is full.
I'm guessing that's McCutcheon throwing right now.
Phillips with 4 career grand slams. There is Daniel McCutcheon. Now, this happened to Joel on Friday. An 8-8 ball game in the 9th inning. The Reds got 3 runs off it. And this one to Walker. He charges, flips to Cedeno for 1. That's all they're going to get, and the Reds take the lead. Now Hanrahan's on the hook.
I think, I don't know. I have to see the replay perhaps, but I think Walker's got to come home for the force out on that if he's got a shot at home, because this is not a double play ball. Nah, he has no play at home whatsoever. Take that back.
They were hoping for 2. And instead, it's the Reds with 2 runs. And Lewis takes a strike. So Hanrahan with his 3rd blown save of the season, but his first blown save in the 9th inning. The other 2 had come in the 8th when he'd come in for a long save. That was in Houston, and again the other night we talked about. Did not have a blown save until right after the All-Star break down in Houston. Hanrahan had 14 straight scoreless appearances, but has been scored upon in 3 of his last 4 outings. So as easy as Joel made it look during most of this season, things have toughened up for him. Francisco Cordero, the closer for the Reds, now in action in the bullpen. The 2-1 pitch to Lewis. That's 3-1. And with Joey Votto on deck, Hanrahan would like to get Lewis here. He's 1 pitch away from loading the bases. Here comes the 3-1. Phillips can take off from first. 3-2, 2 outs. Pirates are going to have to get it done with the bats. Domit, Walker are the 2 scheduled to hit first. Here is the payoff pitch to Lewis. We'll get another. Boy, the series win just 3 outs away. And the Reds with 3 hits, a walk, and a fielder's choice. And they have scratched out a couple of runs and have taken the lead.
Well, you're right about Hanrahan looking like he was unbeatable for so long. We've grown accustomed that when he comes out, it's over. Still baseball, and guys go through some ups and downs no matter who they are.
Well, guys can slump in the field, they can slump at the plate, they can also slump on the hill. And it is a game of peaks and valleys. Payoff to Lewis. And he missed. And the bases are full of Reds again.
Hurdle, I think, is going to go make a double switch. He's going to go to the plate first. We'll talk to Bach and Bob.
Well, this is unusual, highly unusual to see Hanrahan taken out in the middle of one of his outings. We did see that in recent days, Friday, but to see it this close together is alarming. Steve Pearce has come out, and he'll take over at first base for Garrett Jones. So double switch, and Daniel McCutcheon will come in here in the top half of the 9th. Closer Joel Hanrahan has touched him up for the second time in 3 games. Hanrahan did earn the save yesterday, but Friday night had a rough one, going just a third of an inning, giving up 3 runs. Today, 2/3 of an inning, responsible for 2 runs, and now the base is full with 2 men out for Daniel McCutchen.
McCutchen's numbers on the year, and he was going to be the guy used in the long situation today, but now here he's pitching in the 9th inning. Pirates find themselves a run down, and this game is going to have some repercussions for tomorrow with that bullpen. There's 3 guys that have pitched 2 days in a row. Hanrahan, Resop, and Veras. Well, now Veras and Hanrahan have both now pitched 3 days in a row. So that doubleheader, starters are going to have to be very strong for the Pirates. Bullpen going to be a little short tomorrow.
Steve Pearce goes into first base. McCutchen inserted into the number 2 spot in the batting order, where Garrett Jones was. Joey Votto, a little chopper to the right side, and that is a foul ball. .342 with the bases loaded. But this season, 0 for 4 with the sacks full. And certainly concern on many of the young faces here this afternoon. Pirates are 3 outs away from evening things up in the Central Division standings with the Reds.
And what had a came up in the loss column on them.
Yep. Started the day a game back, and now perilously close to dropping 2 back. Boy, things just can change in a heartbeat in this game, can't they?
Yeah, I think right now you just want to finish the season strong. Guys that are having good years, take it all the way to the finish line. And this year, I think, has shown everybody that we're not that far away. So you can go a long ways on good pitching.
Strike 2 to Votto. The Pirates still have 3 outs to work with in the bottom of the 9th inning. As the Reds scored here in the top half of the 9th, Pirates may be able to do it in the bottom half. We'll see. They could do it off of Francisco Cordero. Phillips at second base. Over at first is Fred Lewis, and Votto takes ball 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. And he struck him out. So Votto goes down swinging with the bases full, but damage done. 2 runs in. It'll be Domet, Walker, and Paul. More terrific pictures from the AGH cam this afternoon. I live to root here on Root Sports.
Number 21, Todd Frazier, moves from third base.
You love to root, and they live to root. How about that?
Miguel Cairo stays in at third base. Frazier moves from third base to shortstop. Dave Sapelt out in left field. And Ramon Hernandez remains in behind the plate.
Well, the story for us today has been the home run ball. Let's do it in fashion. Walk-off long ball with no video review.
No video reviews.
You know, when I was talking about that earlier, I almost thought about, like, well, maybe we should knock on wood. But then if you knock on wood, you know, then that's going to jinx us for giving up the lead. So
just don't, whatever you're thinking, don't do it.
That jinx, there's no way to get out of the jinx.
Now the Reds have shifted infield wise, putting 3 on the right side and 1 alone on the left for Doman. 1-0 pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike now to Ryan.
Almost looked like Doman maybe was taking a shot to that left side there. And the poke one through, get something started here. Nobody out with a base runner. Take that.
Cordero hanging that right arm down by his side, bent over at the waist. 1-1. 2 balls and a strike to Doman. Doman is 0 for 3 today. Ground out to the second baseman, Brandon Phillips, in the first inning. He's flied out twice to Drew Stubbs in center field. Walker on deck. 2-1 pitch. Doman. A base hit. And the tying run is on.
Hit it through the shift.
They covered everywhere but that part of the field.
The ball had a lot of overspin, so it hit that last little hop and then took off and just shot through the hole.
Clint Hurdle will go to the bench and bring out a pinch runner for Ryan Doman. It is Josh Harrison. Strike 1 to Neal.
Cordero got a pretty good leg kick. If they had let him run.
The 0-1 pitch to Walker. That's strike 2. Neal, pretty good 2-strike hitter. Cordero got a call.
A little low, yeah. All right, got 1 left. Can't let it bother you too much.
There goes Harrison. Pitch inside for a ball. Throw down, and he is out. Hernandez guns him down. Hurdle doesn't like the call. And Harrison might have got an arm in there before he was tagged.
Cordero was very slow to the plate. He was a 1-4 getting that ball home. That wasn't the pitcher doing a great job holding on the runner.
Hurdle arguing with Brian Knight, trying to do it more politely than he did Friday because Knight ran him from the ball game on Friday.
They ran him from the dugout. Hurdle never even got on the field before he was thrown out. I think they were arguing about a strike 3 call to Garrett Jones the other night.
That was the stop and turnaround. There's his last chance.
Yep, he's given 1 more chance, and he went over the line.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's night or day. Brian Knight has thrown out Clint Hurdle twice in this series. Let's get a look.
The throw looked like it was there on time.
He
But
is safe.
yeah, I didn't see a tag.
Yeah, he's safe. He got his hand in there.
He went to that back corner. He went to the outside edge, and that's what got him in there. The throw is caught toward the infield side.
And Neil Walker drives this one to the gap. And Neil going for two. And wrestling Neil Walker gets himself into scoring position with one out. A leg double for Walker.
And this is definitely not a double off the bat. Cincinnati probably shocked that they have a runner to deal with now in scoring position. This looks like a single, little flare over the shortstop's head. That's Sapelta is in left field, right?
Yes, sir.
He was really shaky, in my opinion. Friday night, I thought he played a poor left field. And he has to show some more urgency out there getting this ball in. Walker, he went really hard in the first base. Now he's got the play right in front of him. And he sees is not coming in. There's no sense of urgency and takes advantage of it. Now he's in scoring position.
Xavier Paul batting with one out. Chance to tie the ball game. Ball one to it. Clint Hurdle ejected for the fourth time this year. Two men have been ejected from this game. Remember, Reds bench coach Chris Spire ejected earlier. Didn't like the strike three call on Jay Bruce. Was back in the eighth. And Paul hits this one pretty deep to right field. This will move Walker along. Bruce with the catch, and Walker will tag and go down to third base.
"90 feet closer. But we're down to our last out."
Brandon Wood has had a tough day. Now he needs some contact for a hit. He has struck out 3 times. So Wood facing Cordero. Joel Hanrahan also with a tough day. Lost the lead in the top half of the 9th inning. And Wood down 0-1. Hanrahan on the hook right now. Wood trying to get him off it with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. And he's got one more strike to work with. Pirates down to their last strike today. Francisco Cordero trying to pick up another save. And Wood stays alive. The 0-2 to Wood. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Went upstairs, see if he can get Wood to chase it.
Probably going to try and throw that. Well, no, he's going to come inside with a fastball, looks like.
And it's fought off, foul.
I thought he'd try and go down and away with that breaking ball where he got the strike 2 pitch. What's got to just be 2-strike mode now. Got to be protecting.
Ground ball to third. Cairo ends the ball game. And the Reds escape here today with a victory. Joel Hanrahan will get tagged for the loss. And the Reds end up taking 2 of 3. Things didn't go the Pirates' way today in the 9th. And they fall to the Reds by a 5-4 score.
Yeah, this one definitely was. in my mind, I'd already put it in the win column this afternoon. I thought we had it. It just slipped away. What are you going to do?
Doubleheader day tomorrow as the Brewers come in. We'll wrap this one up. Pirates postgame coming up next.